Boys and girls, good morning. How are we doing? How we doing? Did I read you correctly yesterday? Legion Remix PTR was extended. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. There's some patch notes. There's some stuff to explore. We'll have a little look today. We will have a little look. But there's a couple of things I need to do first. Firstly, I need to make sure that these sub accounts are doing something constructive. So let's get them busy. I've also just realized all their graphics. Oh no, their graphics settings are fine. Yeah, so Legion Remix has had a bit of an update. I've had a quick little skim of the info. Oh my god, I know why flipping blasphemites are going to the moon. Holy smokes. Look at the price of some of these materials. You shitting me? Leather at like 11 gold a piece? Yeah, no wonder blasphemites are expensive. Holy. Damn. Don't know what's going on with map prices. Well, it's because they're all linked, aren't they? Should be going down, not up. Well, this raid is clearly keeping people busy. And if the raid is keeping people busy, then there's the strong chance that there's still a lot of everything selling, honestly. Already sold everything. Oh, I think the smart move was to have already sold everything. Do we want to play silliness with these prices? This is risky playing with these silly prices, but maybe. Up to 17 gold on Myco Bloom, I can stomach, maybe. Maybe. What does that look like? Reagents. Own expansion. Herbs. Try that. That go. What else? Storm charge leather? Maybe? Wait, what? Why does this dude have no gold? Okay, I'll do. Oh, I don't have stupid Weaver buff. Right, time's not important. Sorry, some busy work just to get things up and running this morning. Then we'll get into the action. Got to keep the gold flowing, you know. So at what point of thaumaturgy chain do you stop and start on the transmutagens? Oh, I just mass produce everything. So I'll just burn all the way through. Base herbs. One pass. Then I do all the transmutagens. The second pass is rarely something I actually bother with. There's probably value sending it over to prospecting though, as I imagine prospecting with these prices is still profitable as well. Passing it then on to the jewel crafters to process the ore. But in theory right now, any leather that you get, any myco bloom that you get, is probably worth reprocessing. Everything else, you're looking at selling for a small margin. How long is this claiming? 1 hour 9 minutes. Well, that definitely won't last that long. Do I bother going and getting the Weaver buff? Get the Weaver buff quickly. Sorry, this was not the plan. I needed to get these bonus accounts doing something this morning. Getting warm in here already. Yeah, so I want to spend a bit of time on Remix again today. They've lifted the item level cap. We've only been able to test with an item level cap of up to 630, I think it was. Now, at that item level, we weren't soloing basically anything. But they've lifted the item level cap to 740, so another 110 item levels. Which, now obviously we need to bear in mind when Remix goes live, that's going to take quite a while to grind out. So it's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight, but questionably, when you get to that 740 item level, you should be absolutely stomping everything. This is kind of what I've thought about Remix from the word go, that it kind of looks like there's the potential was there, but because the power curve is not linear, it's not a straight, you know, most 90%, 80-90% of your actual power comes in the last 20% of the leveling process. And so the first 80 is just something you've got to get through. Which we were not able to get through on the PTR up until now. But if they've lifted the item level cap and they've made a few other subtle changes, they'll there is hope still. I guess is the way I'll phrase it. There is hope still. These are changes in the right direction. I would state that this doesn't really also, this still isn't really quote unquote adding the fun, but oh, do I need to abandon this quest in order to take it again? Yeah.
We rise.
Weaver buff, there we go. Can you upgrade any gear to 740? If so, what's the currency to do it? There's no currency for upgrading gear. Gear upgrades work based on a token system. So whenever you're out doing stuff, you'll get these tokens, and when you get 10 tokens, you can combine them into what should be an upgrade. Sometimes it will give you a side grade, which is kind of annoying, but under most circumstances, it gives you an upgrade. The name of the token is apparently going to change depending on what content you're doing. So this is designed to sort of spiral you up to the higher content, which is still going to be gated as far as we're made aware. But at least we can push further and test further today. Did they state how long the extra test period is? No, they didn't state it, but on the or did they state it? I don't know. A few days at least. Right, Weaver buff. I think these dudes actually need to log out and log in, don't they, to properly get that buff. But yeah, we'll have a poke around today. We'll see what's going on. I might feel the need to level a new character. I also need to be aware of the fact that I've got 400% bonus XP now on my PTR account. By cheese it, like, you know, I assumed it was going away, but it's still here, so I can't so easily test leveling stuff anymore. But I guess we'll just have to put it in, chalk it up to being tested already. I don't like that Lee-mix is going to be phased, so everything isn't coming out at once. Oh yeah, I'm totally with you on that. I am, in a limited time event, phasing the content seems ludicrous to me. Because what that always meant for me was that if they're going to phase the content, then they are going to phase the player power. But maybe they've rectified that a little bit. Meaning if you want to play an ungodly amount and keep progressing, you can. Just depends how much this ungodly amount is going to end up being. Right, anyway, they're up and running. Let's do work orders real quick. Then we can load the PTR and start looking at patch notes and stuff. I'm not going to go through the patch notes in detail just yet. I've started the stream early today to get some of the busy work out the way. But when we jump into Remix, I'll deep dive the patch notes. I've had a brief read through them anyway, to understand what's going on. How many knowledge points does it take in jewel crafting to craft the rings and necks? A surprisingly low amount. If you want to roll up a jewel crafter to craft rings and necks, you can basically do it in a day. There's enough one-time knowledge out there, assuming you've got some rep with some of the war within factions and can just go buy the books. It's 120, 130, something along those lines. It's surprisingly not a lot. It might even be less than that.
What's on your mind?
What weapon did you craft on your main? Was it a recraft or a new one? Yeah, I just recrafted my, what's it, POW X2. The gun, the engineering gun. Just got that recrafted to 720 item level. We've also got the braces crafted as well. Next week we're going to craft either the shoulders or the boots, I think. Makes sense. Starts to make sense. Jewel crafting. Only one? You kidding me?
Speak
Only one it is. Oh, till the 15th. PTR up until the 16th. Presumably North America, so I have a week to test. Want to see how a paladin will do in heroic world tier leveling on my first character. As much as I have tested, I've decided that heroic world tier is not something you want to touch whilst leveling. Like, unless you are deliberately out there for, like... Mostly because they're not going to be able to balance it to make it feel good. Because there is ultimately just going to be some stuff that just dunk whacks you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I would save heroic world tier until you're reasonably geared on your main character. Unless, you know, unless you're just masochistic and want an extra challenge. It depends what your goal is with Remix. If you're in it just for farming bronze, and you're not really fussed about how fast you level or how much power you gain or anything like that, and want to, like, treat it more like a classic with a little bit of extra challenge, then heroic world tier, sure. You do you. But for most players that I think that would like to level a few alts, get quite powerful and quite quickly, and then farm up some bronze, I would say heroic world tier is probably a pass until you're reasonably geared on your main. Because you want to be geared enough so that you can counteract the bullet sponginess of all of the mobs. And eventually, the theory is that you should just live in heroic world tier. Because if you can one-shot mobs in normal and get base rewards, or you can almost one-shot mobs in heroic world tier because your gear's so strong, and get more rewards, you're kind of foolish to not be in heroic world tier. But that is definitely for when you are, like, pushing that, you know, fully geared, I think, really. Anything before that is just your own personal decision to take on more challenge for the sake of more challenge. But like I said, it depends kind of what your aim with Remix is. With the artifact tree, would the top one or the fell one be best for something like a prop paladin or rep paladin, one who uses AoE a lot? The very bottom one makes a lot of sense for holy because it's holy light. I don't know if paladins scale more efficiently with holy damage. Would be the only thing I would double check. I don't know the class in that much level of detail. But I use the top tree for BM hunters and for most easy going kind of stuff. Although the second one down, the fell one, is kind of cool as well. You can apply the dots on a bunch of stuff quickly. I just want to grind the bronze, get the mounts, and get the fuck out. In that case, you probably want to focus on playing one character and play that character until you have basically maxed that character out, because it'll be at that point you'll be able to go into heroic world tier and just nuclear kill everything in sight. Which will probably end up being the best way to farm bronze. When the time comes, we might do some like video content on this sort of stuff. There's the possibility. I don't know if I'll have time within the test phase still. We'll have to see. But I might record some footage to put some videos together within this test phase if it ends up feeling more like a finished product. I don't want to record a bunch of footage, do a bunch of videos and that sort of stuff, and then they end up they're changing so much on a weekly basis with Remix right now. It feels a bit silly to do videos based upon what we have now in terms of like guide stuff for when it launches, because the chances are it'll be just completely irrelevant by the time it comes out. But Some footage at least being recorded would be probably smart. But it's actually my birthday tomorrow, so there may not be too long of a stream tomorrow, nor might there be much bonus playtime, depending on what Mrs. Manthius has planned, if anything. I've told her I don't want to make a fuss, as most men do, but... Wow, they are some stinky orders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 orders with no materials and requiring nearly 3,000 gold worth of stuff. Get out of here. Happy birthday in advance, bud. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank yous. Like I said, I don't bang on about this sort of stuff on stream or in content or anything, but it's a thing. Honestly, these days, I'm old enough that it's more of a thing for Mrs. Manthius to get excited about. I've had plenty of birthdays now. When you get old enough and you have a birthday, it's like, well, if we go out for food, I'm paying anyway, aren't I? So, it's like, get a nice meal with family. Get a nice meal. Look at all the first-time crafts on these that we can't do because they all provide absolutely sweet FA materials. Tons of bitches. I'm not paying 2,000 gold for first-time craft, though. Does the wife care more about the birthday than you do? Because it's pretty much the same. Yeah, she kind of like wants to do something for it, but that's only based upon the fact that she's not one of these people that like crazy celebrates it, but I really couldn't care less. So, you know, my bar is quite low. my bar is set pretty low. If she, you know, gets me a small gift and we maybe go out for a meal at some point in the next week, then I'm a happy man, sort of thing, you know. I don't want for much. Lady Daisy, welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Let's get the mage's work orders done quickly. $95 gold for rank 3 bismuth. Get farming. Dig that farming too now. I wonder what the gold is right now for... I wonder what the gold is for... like a fully spec'd urban miner. I don't have one. I have a reasonably well set up herba miner, but certainly not one that's min-maxed. I don't even think I've... in fact, I'm pretty sure I don't even have all the profession tools made on them, so... let's keep half an eye on these. Are they still going? We reset them just to make sure it all looks nice. Whoa, that's not right. Right, this dude's nearly done because he had half as many materials. How long's this claim? 30 minutes? Okay. Day of the Dead Transmog Flower Crown Skull Helms. These look nice. We'll have a little look in a minute. We'll have a little looky in a minute. Wow. Okay. Only the 2. No big juicy public orders lying around this morning either. I do sometimes find I log on, if I log on early enough in the morning, I find that weird person that has been up at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get a piece of gear crafted and has given up and has just put it up for public order. And sometimes I snag some of those in the morning. But playing on Draenor, it's a monster of a server. That doesn't always happen too often. 1 knowledge point, we'll have that one. Those are too expensive. Okay. £10, we're just stacking them up now, I think. 18 points, same scenario, just stacking them up until we can fill something up. Okay. Next dude. These all happy? Why are you not doing anything? Did I not set you to go? Donut. Oh, you're not doing anything either. What's going on here? You're busy. Ah, we're in the arse end of nowhere, aren't we? Of course, because we were doing some Legion profession leveling. I guess we just half back out of here. We can come back and do this another day. We can do this another day. What add-on is it that does the non-stop thing? Mass salvage assist. Mass salvage assist. Hey, welcome in, Rose. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Badass. It's very English. Very English. Lee-mix almost saved. It's getting there. Getting there. In terms of number crunching, they're getting there. In terms of adding the fun, they are going to have to lean very heavily on... If they just let you get super OP, then it paints the illusion of being fun. Which is what most people want anyway, isn't it? People will ignore if it's like overly grindy, if they see light at the end of the tunnel. But we'll test it a little bit today. I've seen people spamming for level 43 keys. See, that starts to make more sense for Remix, doesn't it? Starts to be a little bit closer to the truth. Top left, bottom left look like they fell a foul, not refreshing inventory after the relog. Oh, okay, I'll go back and fix that in a minute, thank you. Oh, they're all working now. They're all doing their thing now. Very British. Yes, quite. No, why did disengage not go off? There we go. Right, bang some alchemy out. Get some alchemy on the go. Maybe ignore those. While we're on this dude, it'd be rude not to. Ah, why do I keep selling my philosopher's stone? Boo hiss. Didn't they put a basic one for sale on the? They put a basic one for sale on all of the alchemy vendors, just not the ones in flipping where you need them. Do I have any golden lotus on hand? I don't have warband access on this character either. Give me 3 of these. Don't know where I keep putting the damn thing. Zen alchemy stone, there we go. Right, there's a 2,700 gold blasphemite. Somebody's reset the market on them again. That's funny. Have I got first time craft on any of these? Probably not. $16.4 million liquid? You're flying. You're doing like a token every couple of days now. It's flying. It's impressive. Why have I got random ass herbs knocking about? Right, first of the day bonus. 23 gleamings. What do we do down here? Rose, what buttons do I press? Transmutations, tell me. Give me the juice. What buttons am I pressing? Mercurial herbs? Concentration? Without, you want to make the Weaver one? There isn't a Weaver one. Bottom one, volatile weaving. There we go. Myco Bloom, Weaver Cloth, Ominous, Mercurial, and Gleaming. Nice, okay. If you make a Mercurial Blessing, you get lots of the mats to do the Weaver one. Mercurial Blessing. Turn the Mercurial transmutagens into large quantities of volatile, yeah. Let me do these a few times. I feel so smart right now. This is awesome. No, thank you, because I've never bothered to figure this shit out. I'm aware it's a thing, but I've just never bothered to remember to press the buttons. How many have I got? 2 more. And then we make 2 of those. And we're cash money 10k richer. It's not amazing goal, but it's honest work. Well, I can definitely see doing this 65 times is, you know, it's one of those scenarios where it adds up quick. It adds up really quick. And, as we're here, let's do the same on these. Oh, these have only got 5 of 5. Oh, yeah, because I've never leveled these up properly, have I? Oh, I never bothered to cap this node out. Because I was equally lazy on all of these. Built them just to do the thaumaturgy and then didn't really think too much about these. Well, wait, hang on. You're only doing... Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Did you say mercurial blessings or mercurial herbs? It's going to be blessings, isn't it? Because it's just a single... Yeah, there we go. Then back to the oldie regular work. Go. Might as well squeeze out that extra little bit of profit. Have you done the daily thaumaturgy? Yeah, I did, yeah. How we doing, Mr. Norton? Good morning, good morning. Get the last one. Oh, the last one's burnt through all his materials anyway. About 500 gold a day per toon just for the blasphemite mats. Then you get 100 to 300 for the mats that you get from the craft as well. Not bad. Not bad. Like I said, it all adds up, doesn't it? Actually, before I bother doing those, let's break the rest of these down. These guys still have a bunch of work to do. Alright, cool. Let's quickly throw some stuff on the auction house on this dude. While there's money in it. Actually, we can go one better. Not nailed down, send it away. Don't need this. Might as well sell all of these on the same character rather than doing it multiple times all over the place. All Outland stuff. Why have I got 120 Outland Adamantite bars left? Why didn't I use those? Well, it's fine. fix that another day. Okay. 1 knowledge point. 50 to go. 49 to go. 1 knowledge point. An entire tree to go. Sol's got a video out about some more fixes. Are they new, or is he just kind of late on the last build? No, he's ahead of the game on that one. They're brand new. I'm gonna go through them now though. We're just gonna jump on Remix now. We can put this one down here. Get Remix open. I say get Remix open. The 1125 PTR. Same difference though. My computer's going to melt if I have all of these open in top quality as well. Let me take the quality settings down on this client. Options, graphics, windowed, please. Quality lower. Thank you. That way my computer won't melt. We're going to need to probably, maybe, possibly level a new character. I'm not sure. Whether we level a new character... Actually, it would be good to take Manthe Boost, thinking about it. Because this is the character that's got, like, 630-ish item level gear. So that's a good ballpark to start building on to see at what point we can get to actually solo shit. The natural leveling path, the natural gearing path might be a little bit difficult to simulate on the PTR, because I think the optimal way to do it, even when Remix goes live, is going to be group content and doing the raids every day, which isn't really something I can replicate on the PTR very easily, but... where's the patch notes then? Let's grab some patch notes. We got here 1,000,000 tabs. That one will do. Start over here. Alpha around the corner. It can't be far now. Fun fact, they did do a internal build update on the 12.0 yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. The internal we went from this was the PTR update last night. Yesterday they actually did an update to the 12.0 client. This isn't public yet, but it means that they're updating it, and we could be one step further to actually having an alpha go public. Can't wait to experiment with the professions in the midnight beta. Now that cards are dead, I have a whole profession slot open on all 70 tunes. Are you going to get rid of inscription then? If you decided inscription is just like, can it off now, see you later? So excited I can stream it like, and you can explore professions and people can point out obvious things for me. Now the test phasing, especially for new expansion, is really, really enjoyable. Someone else clicks, yes, for sure. I think I really hope that they do transfer some sort of thematurgy to the new, to the War Within, to the Midnight version of Alchemy. But it's so ingrained in, it's not like its own separate system. It's really heavily ingrained in Alchemy, so I don't know if they will just straight copy paste it. But for any, if Blizzard even hire an amateur economist to help with the professions and stuff, they should be able to quickly know that thaumaturgy has been critical this expansion for actually maintaining some value in the mats. It's prevented leather going to like silvers. Each rank of the limits unbound now grants you 1% verse. Furthermore, all secondary stats granted in Legion Remix now ignore their diminishing returns and hard caps. Yeah, we're gonna go through the updates for it now. There's more to that. Don't get one thing I would always suggest is don't get too blinded by the blue, the blue posts. Because there is a little bit more to it. So, Legion Remix update 9 hours ago. All phases up on the all phases up to the Argus Eternal phase. That's the 4th phase, by the way. There is one more after this, but this is the 4th sort of major content launch. All phases up to the Argus Eternal phase will share the Argus Eternal item level cap, which is item level 740. So this is the first time we've got a sniff of just how far the item level is going to go. And that's an indication that you're getting like 20 item levels-ish. 20 to 30 item levels per phase is kind of what they mathed it out to be at the first point. And that's ended up with like 740 gear by the end of the Argus Eternal phase, which is roughly what I guesstimated. I assumed we were going to end up sort of, well, I think I said 700 to 750. So 740 makes sense. But of course, what we don't know just yet is how grindy it's going to be to get there. Because in Remix, the raids drop loot. So can you farm up to 740 even in the first phase? In theory, yes, but the grind will be significantly grindier because you'll have to do it the incremental upgrade way. Raids drop gear, and raids drop gear equivalent to their phase. So in the first phase, the Emerald Dream drops 623 gear, and is it Halls of Valor, Trial of Valor? I can't remember which one the raid is. The Valor raid drops 630 item level gear. Now, presumably, Argus, whatever the raid is at that point, will be dropping 740 gear. So what it means is that very late on, if you join Remix later on, you'll have raids that drop significantly higher gear, meaning you're doing less of the grindy incremental upgrading. If you want to get to item level 740 though in phase 1 and you want to smash your face against the keyboard for an unhealthy amount of time, the option is still there for you to do that though. So people will be able to push to god tier level power from day 1 by the looks of things, which is kind of exactly what we wanted. But they are still going to phase the release of the other raids and zones and stuff like that. So it's a happy medium. It's a very happy medium. They're not just giving us everything in one go, but it does at least mean if you do turn up in 8 weeks after the launch and you just want to farm out the end of it, you'll have a very quick path to 740 item level because you'll be able to join raids that will just straight up give you 740 item level gear, I would imagine, by the end of it. So there will be early bird advantage to grinding it out if you're so inclined, but it will also be made naturally much easier to gear up at the end of it either way, which I think is good. I think it's good. Each rank of the Limits Unbound now grants 1% verse. Difficult to argue with more verse as a flat percentage. This means that we will, over the duration of the event, be able to stack our verse pretty damn high, I would imagine. But let's not forget they have also changed this to require 50,000 infinite power per rank. So even 10% verse is going to take
Let's
you
make sweet
like
profit
500,000 infinite power, which is a crazy amount, at least from what we've seen at the beginning. Crix with the 11 months, my man. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Welcome. Are you listening? The remix stuff looks more like we might be able to blast it again. With a cap of 740 if we want. I know you were with me in the zoom mode at the beginning of MOP. All secondary stats granted in Legion Remix now ignore their diminishing returns and hard caps. This is cool. This is cool. It is a little bit, you got to be careful with this though, because you got to remember that all of your secondary stats are based on your gear. You don't collect them. You can't farm them like you did with threads. So it's not going to be until you are pushing fully geared before this actually has any effect on you whatsoever. But no diminishing returns and no hard caps means we will be quite effectively pushing 100% crit rating. So any build that stacks off crit or does things based upon a critical strike is going to be pretty powerful. If you can build out in a way, there is some of the nodes on the artifact weapon actually that benefit only when you do critical strikes. So having no diminishing returns and the crit hard cap being removed is, yeah, once we can push 100% crit rating, that's going to be fun, isn't it? That's going to be silly. Memento's still giving stamina and infinite power. Yeah. So mementos still appear to not give secondary stats. That is something that they might change, because I really do think they should. But it's this is at least a step in the right direction to being just silly mode. Adjusted the spawn rate of the empowered enemies in the heroic world tier so that spawns are more balanced across zones and overall. Empowered spawns are increased by 33%. This only goes to strength, in my opinion, that you should probably ignore heroic world tier whilst leveling. Heroic world tier is for when you are like probably, I'm going to say, pushing 670-ish item level. I reckon you should probably start jumping into heroic world tier. At 670, I would imagine you then start to be powerful enough to be basically one-shotting everything in normal mode. And it shouldn't take you more than a few GCDs to start nuking things in heroic mode. So once the that will probably mean that the that will probably start meaning that you can actually extract more from heroic world tier at that point. Increased the rate of infinite power gains at all levels of infinite knowledge by about 25%. Good. They 5 times the amount of infinite power we need per point of limits unbound anyway. So infinite power gains were really struggling, in my opinion. My testing last week would definitely agree that infinite power gains were still really struggling. Increase the rate of earning the high rarity epoch mementos from the caches of infinite treasure, dungeon bosses, and raid bosses. So when just killing mobs, when just farming the outer world, the drop rate of mementos is going to be the same. But from the caches, dungeon bosses, and raids, it's going to be pushed towards more rare, epic, and maybe even legendary ones. Which, in essence, just means more infinite power. Because, unfortunately, I do think the mementos are still incredibly bland and boring, but Increase the duration of most of the time-warped obelisks by between 30 seconds and 2 minutes each. They need to just be more interesting, these. I've not really felt that the obelisks really were anything I cared about. Considering these are ripped straight from like Diablo's pylons, they don't feel like, you know, in Diablo, when you get a power pylon, you're like, oh, okay, now everything dies for the 30 seconds that this is up. They haven't felt like juicy enough, the obelisks, yet. Reduce the health of quest bosses and the rares in Heroic World Tier by up to 40%. Okay, good. Yeah, some of them were ridiculous bullet sponges. They've toned that back, which is nice. Several achievements, which were character specific, are now account wide. Implemented numerous bug fixes. Love the detail. Devil's in the detail. Talk to Bronze Brandbeard after completing the intro quests to skip ahead to power levels attainable through otherwise significant effort. So yeah, this is just a PTR cheat vendor. That's all it is. But generally speaking, this is probably, that is the single most interesting line in this whole post for me. Good question. Where is the puppy? Flopped over there. Which is here. A little bit difficult to see. Give her some scratches. You said Brand's name reverse. Bronze Brandbeard. That's his name. Bronze Brandbeard. So they kind of soft nerfed the time gating. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it's a soft nerf. It still means that if you want to go sweaty mode and you want to grind it out in phase 1, you can. But it also means that the later you join the remix event, the easier it will be to achieve superpower. Because the raids actually drop physical pieces of gear. And I would imagine as you push this item level, once you start being able to solo the raid, solo dungeons and solo raids and that sort of stuff, you'll naturally find that, you know, this is within your own, this is a journey that you can go on solo to reach this. You won't strictly be tied to group content. You will gain a boost by doing group content for sure, because it will mean that you can just blast everything more frequently. But my guess is about 670 item level is the point where you should start to be able to comfortably solo things. And it starts to feel as if it's actually worth soloing things as well. Don't forget Mythic Plus. Well, of course, yeah, you can spam Mythic Plus keys as well, solo, once you've got sufficient gear. We can test that a little bit as well. But either way, this sounds once more a step in the right direction. They're still not doing any of the things that the player base has suggested they do, actually inject more fun into the gameplay. This is still balance changing, really. You know, increasing the item level cap, giving a little bit of percentage verse, and adjusting the spawn rates of mobs. This is all just tuning at this point. They still haven't added secondary stats to the mementos that people have been asking them to do and suggesting they do since day one. They still haven't added anything that really makes Legion Remix feel different to Mop Remix, or even exactly the same, to be honest. But it's a steps in the right direction. I'll give them that much. Right, before we dive in though, let me quickly get these guys finished or finishing, so I don't completely forget about them. Bismuth we sell, Weaver Cloth we sell, Dust we sell, this lot we nuke down. You finished with your leather, you've finished with your leather. Iron Claw, we should probably run through the Jewel Crafters first. Weaver Cloth we sell. Spears was cheap enough that we could run it through the mill again. Blessing Blossom is apparently had a reset, so we'll probably just sell the Blessing Blossom. Break that down. And then probably process all of these. Okay, vastly running out of stuff to do on this. Break down the leather. Has Mantheus calculated how much profit he's made in the War Within so far? I've not made any. I've not made it. Like, if you're actually referring to liquid gold, my liquid gold total is less now than it was at the beginning of the expansion. But my, I guess you would say, wealth has ballooned quite nicely. I have never been one to really enjoy just sitting on a big pile of gold. I would much rather do something with that gold. And that thing I've been doing with the gold, like, I've spread out onto all 80 realms in the EU and are now flipping on all 80 realms. So I've actually been purchasing a lot of inventory for that, which is unrealized gains until it is sold, obviously. I also bought the Longboy for 10 million gold only a month ago, so... Ding, 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 ding. 10 million. GG. That put a bit of a dent. And I'm now running 5 accounts instead of just 1, which is proving to be quite expensive. So my actual liquid gold total is probably less than... Well, I don't know if it is less. I haven't counted. This is the problem, right? I think I still have about 35 million in actual liquid gold. But my account value is significantly more. You know, that's not necessarily what people care about. Only after 8 repostings, I sold the pattern for 90k gold, 100k gold. That'll do. That'll do. Take the free money and run. Warband Miser, an amazing add-on for keeping track of account-wide stuff like gold. Yeah, it's great for keeping a generic amount of gold on each character. That is, as long as that character returns to the warbank occasionally. Because I'm doing this on 5 accounts, very rarely do I actually go to the warbank, so I have a weird array of gold just splattered across almost 100 different characters right now, which makes keeping track of it annoying. And I just don't bother. Is the honest truth. Just don't bother. Right, I think that's all the transmutagens smushed. We've only got 1,000 or so of this. I should really run it through prospecting, but I don't know if I can be asked. That needs breaking down. That needs breaking down. That needs breaking down. Let's make the Blasphemites. Start the expansion with 2.5 mil to my name. The first thing I did was buy a pummel permit from the vendor for 1 mil. But I'm ending the expansion with close to 50 mil liquid, so very happy. Go on. That's an incredible explosion. Good job. Good job. Guess who just poured coffee onto the desk? I hope it wasn't me. Quick, slurp, slurp. Right, let's get some of this stuff listed. There's a convenient long boy waiting for me here, but I'll use my own because I'm not sure I trust it. Oh, cheeky. Probably buy that. Oh, somebody already has. Definitely squeeze 14 gold out of that. Flipping out cloth, man. Cloth's crazy prices still. There's no denying, cloth has definitely changing it so that only tailors can pick up cloth has definitely had an impact, hasn't it? 50k just in blasphemites right now. $140k worth of stuff. 140k worth of stuff off, like, what did I have? What did I spend? 120k minus auction house fee. Made 10, 15k, something like that. You've stopped doing anything. Why for you stop? Sorry, I didn't expect to get too deep into this, but once you've started, you gotta let it do its thing. Let's just lock this dude out. Right, these three might take a little second longer. Let's let them finish doing their thing. Let's create character, time runner, hunter, goblin, of course. What? There is... Oh, you can't use the same letter 3 times in a row. How boring is that? Can't use the same character 3 times in a row. Right, are we saying now we can blast up to, like, levels unheard of. Oh, where's your I'm bored of this level me up quest gone? Have they taken away the ability to boost to 80? Well, that's a play. You can play with a 400% buff. I don't really have any choice. Because it's an account-wide thing. Now I've got it. Oh, here we go. Been at this for a while. Let me skip ahead. Show me the end of the skies of fire. Show me the pinnacle of power. I want to be level 80 and have powerful gear and have all the infinite power I could possibly hold. Let me live the dream. Oh shit, they weren't messing around with the infinite power either. $740 Titan Strike weapon. And more infinite power than I know what to do with. Okay, well that's cool. Still 50,000 per point. 1% verse increases agility and stamina. We'll mess with that in a minute. Did you give me a box of everything? A box of everything gear. 740. 740 gears only got plus 12%. Okay. It'll be plus 24% for single stacked stuff, won't it? Let's put all of this on. Then we pick jewelry. Pick jewelry based upon. We're going to test out. Let's test out Dreamweave. Let's test out Call of the Forest. So we want to stack up a bit of Souls of the Core if possible. Some Souls of the Core. What synergizes with Souls of the Core? Nothing really synergizes with this, which is the weird one. It's why I kind of like Twisted Crusade. But when you're this puts dots on stuff, and so when you're one-shotting everything, dots become less important. Is there any IRL word that has 3 letters in a row? Heart, for example. Sounds like a swear word when you read it in English. Probably butchered the pronunciation, so yeah. In that case, then your critical strikes have a chance to create a burst of magic. We have 87% crit chance. So with 87% crit chance, we're going to be bursting pretty ridiculously with that. Terror from below. Your abilities periodically draw the attention from a dude underneath. Nothing wrong with one of those. Defensive's boring. I am scars. Sure. Trinkets. Touch of malice. Terror from below. Souls of the core. We want the Souls of the core trinket. Spells abilities have a chance to summon a flock of spirit eagles that dive bomb shit. And then our final trinket. Touch of malice. A lot of classes would go like Storm Surger so that they can move while casting, but BM Hunter couldn't care less about that perk. I am Scars or Touch of Malice. Maybe a bit of Touch of Malice. But then we at least get some bonus ranks in Soul of the Core, but we also get one of each. Maximum quantity of procs. And yeah, we get to play with an awful lot of this. Let's just quickly get some points on the board. Options, auto loot, interface, nameplates, bigger ones. Give me some action bars. Probably missed something else. Change the UI. Now we got fixed buttons. Rid of all the shit we don't want. The explosive shot goes down here. Don't need half of these on the bars really, but counter shot, trank shot, kill command is that one. Intimidation is that one. Multi-shot is that one. Basically everything, isn't it? Remix time on Z. Recuperate down here. What else do we want? What else do we want? What else do we want? Oh, Call of the Forest. Artifact ability down there. The hell's this? Felon Druid's Scornwing form. This mount is only available to druids. Then why the Christ is it in my Hunter spellbook? Okay. That'll do. That'll do. I still think I'm missing buttons. Where's Bestial Wrath gone? Where's Bestial Wrath gone? There it is. Right, that'll do. Right. 694 item level. What we missing? Oh, chest piece. Yoink. There we go. 740. Boom. Flipping out. Look at that stamina. Look at that stamina. That is an outrageous amount of stamina. What are we getting stat-wise on these? 90,000 stam. Okay, they've cranked the scaling on the gear. Yeah, when you're getting like nearly plus 10,000 main stat from a single piece of gear, 16,712. 16,876. It still feels like the 100 or so points you get on this is really silly. $20 is a million. 20 is a million infinite power. Let's test with a million infinite power. Oh, 112% critical strike chance, by the way. 120,000 main stat. 20% verse. I think they've started listening to the feedback. Yeah. We're getting there, aren't we? When every hit is a crit, it starts to get pretty redonk. Add-ons, details, Igor. Did that not do it? Wait, hang on. Having said that, we always thought we'd get more powerful, better gear, and now all they did was give us access to that gear. For me to get there at my own pace, which they now seem to have done. So just scrolling the mouse wheel and nothing else, we're doing like, you know, we're back up to mop remix level of silly numbers. And then Stampede shit. Yeah, okay. So, should we go see if we can solo more of Souls on normal mode now? Does it have hero talents? Yes, you have your hero talents. Normal dungeon. Eye of Ajara on heroic. We'll take a normal dungeon. We'll take a Eye of Ajara on heroic. We'll go solo that now. We'll take just straight kill demons. Sure, why not? Infinite Chaos, explore heroic worlds here. We should be able to absolutely ruffle stomp heroic worlds here now. Take all of these, not that we really need them. You'll have naturally completed most of those quests whilst leveling. So yeah, with full cheat mode enabled, we can do ridiculous things. I'm actually going to take all of this bonus power off just to see what we feel like, how we feel with flat damage just purely from gear. Don't hunters have a spec that increases range with mastery? With enough infinite power, you can probably pull all of the Maws of Souls from the entrance. Marks has something that extends it a little bit, yeah. Mastery on Beastmaster, mastery for Beastmaster hunters just makes your pet hit harder. Increases the damage done by pets by 130% and the damage of your shot and traps by 70. Crit aim shot from across the zone. Oh yeah, there we go, yeah. I don't play marks. I've very, very rarely switched marksmanship hunter on. Curiosity. See if we can actually get into a queue. Well, let's just fly to the Moor of Souls. Go down to the Moor of Souls. We're not going to need you for a minute, Zygo. So this, I'm going to state that this, if they have balanced this around Mr. Pandaria power gains, this is fully geared, and this is what you'll expect to get. In MOP, we were able to achieve this in about 60 hours of gameplay. That was because we were farming. It took 60 hours because there was kind of about a 10,000 bronze an hour kind of soft cap from farming the stuff. And you needed 600,000 to fully gear your character. So this time round, if you can be more efficient with gearing, you can probably do it faster. But we are now fully geared. Let's test. Well, let's start with a normal run. Oh, look. Things die. You think you'll be able to solo the raids with this gear? This is what we're here to test. This is what we're here to find out. So this is like the equivalent of being, what was it, like 476 item level back in MOP? Where you were like, quote unquote, fully geared for the event. And this is also before I've stacked any bonus verse, which is, you know, just flat damage percentage increase. So yeah. Normal dungeon. First boss. He's going down. And dead. Dead. More sand? More sand? Are we meant to get more sand? Oh, here we go. Moat of a broken time. So I think there comes a point, right? In... Where's my notes? Where's me notes? So you probably start by farming these corrupted thorns of the dreams. This is the only thing. This is why I need to test this. I need to see if there comes a point, an item level threshold that you have to achieve before you then stop getting these and then start getting the next tier of them. That's what's going to be interesting to find out. Because now I got this thing. Where did it go? Where'd I put it? Where'd it go? Did I click it? Shit. Did I click it? I kind of clicked it. Where'd it go? Am I dumb? Am I blind? Where did it go? Did I click? No, here we go. Oh, they've got a funny icon, that's why. Moat of a broken time. Combine 10 of these to create an item belonging and available to an available raid in Legion Remix. Okay. So they clearly have a higher cap, or maybe they have just replaced. This is the only thing that concerns me, because if they still phase the acquisition of these, the item level cap doesn't make a blind bit of difference, because you won't be able to get it. So this is what I suspect is going to have to be the case. You're going to have to start off by farming corrupted thorns of the dreams as you would do normally. And there must come a point where you then stop getting these and start getting the higher tier ones instead. Because this is Skies of the Fire phase. This is Argus Eternal phase. Let me grab a quick screenshot of this thing. Flipping out. Okay, so that's how that's going to work then. There's going to be multiple tiers of these gear upgrade thingies. Oh shit. I got sand and it worked. Is there then going to be no cap on your artifact weapon? If the artifact weapon's uncapped, that could be interesting. I could dig that. They are linked to the phase, probably not supposed to drop now. Well, this is the thing. This is what I need to test. If for the first phase we are restricted to only the corrupted thorn of dreams, then they will probably either there has to be an item level cap where you stop getting those and you start getting the next ones. I don't know. We'll figure this shit out. We can spend a bit of time testing, blasting on a fully geared character just to see what the potential is meant to be. Then we can go pick up one of our more naturally leveled characters to see what the actual progression feels like. Do alts get the 400% XP, or is it just for this tune? Yeah, that is account wide. 400% EXP. That's not going to be an easily achievable thing, though. We kind of hacked that for the purpose of the PTR. How did you achieve the 400%? Well, you can cheese it because every time you get a level 80 character, you get 10%. There's a quest you get, so we just made lots of level 80s. We made lots of level 80s and then just deleted them all. So we got more moats. I need to slightly move my camera. What I might also do is make a loot window. Have that visible. Because I still don't trust random people on the internet to not say stupid things, but Oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I do still think there's going to be some bosses that, even when you're fully geared, you're going to have to think about. Where did you go? Although the reality is I have 50 million health right now, so the likelihood of anything killing me is slim to none. And even if a mob does slowly whittle me down, it's 30% of my health. One single exhilaration is like a 20 million heal. No release date yet. Not officially, but most people are assuming October the 7th. Because that's what it says in the calendar. Almost feels like you're killing stuff at the same sort of rate as Time Walking Dungeons. I'm not gonna lie, it does. Yeah, it's very much Demon Hunter boosted, running Time Walking Dungeon kind of feel. Which, whilst I can't easily test this on the PTR, what would be funny to see is if at this level of power, can I have 4 bonus accounts, you know, on the side? If I can have 4 bonus accounts on the side, then the leveling opportunity is at least still there, sort of. What are these mementos used for? They don't. They're not used for anything. They're not an item that you. They're automatically consumed, but they just give you infinite power and stamina. Which is why my stamina is like 2.2 million stamina right now. Oh, okay, interesting. I wonder how many others of these are. No, you're still leveling. You're level 80. Are you juiced? No, you're relatively naturally geared. You're 80 in GG gear. Okay, the paladin's in full GG gear. This Death Knight is also in maxed gear. So there's 3 of us in maxed gear in here. That Death Knight just did a casual 40 mil. I barely got 2 GCDs off. Boomkins are going to be silly, aren't they? Just running around diking the shit out of everything. Stupid fear, man. Isn't there a raid boss before Gone Down where you literally can't even solo it on live due to some mechanics insta-killing a player? Possibly. I don't know. Usually once things go into legacy mode, you just one-shot them anyway. And if there's anything that has like distinct phases with an uninterruptible cast during an immunity phase or something that one-shots you, then Blizzard usually patches that sort of shit out once it goes legacy. Yeah, dungeons definitely go nuclear once you got a few players with gear in them. I seem to be getting about 1,000-ish infinite power per boss kill as well. So that's still 50 boss kills for a single rank of Infinite Unbound, by the way. Ha! Yep, he got turned off. Okay, 740 piece of gear now, surely. Oh, I'm in combat, apparently. Yeah, just creates a 740 piece of gear again. So once you're fully tippity top, you'll be stat searching, I guess. What is the add-on that is showing you the gear upgrades in your bags? The one that highlights them orange? It's Zygor that's doing that for me. So this is where I can switch out to leech or speed. I think stacking speed is the play. Does even the free Zygor give you that? Good question. Don't know. Possibly. Quite probably, actually. Dungeon difficulty mythic. Need a key now, wouldn't we? Oh no, wait, hang on. No, back out. Can we solo it? We were soloing it fine in normal. Can we solo it in heroic? You've poured tea on the desk? Oh dear, liquids are not your thing, clearly. Oh my god, my health. My health's getting chunked. Okay, we might need to switch out to the to one of the jewelry pieces that gives a heal. Okay. Yeah, we actually took damage there. Not an not an ignorable amount of it either. So this is where maybe swapping out maybe that one for Light's Vengeance. Manifest Holy Light, healing a nearby ally for 500,000. Maybe if we switch out to one of the Healy gems. I mean, the TLDRs just don't get hit, but... Oof. He went down, but it was close. 1,200 power off that boss. Sorry, did I explain mementos properly? I probably didn't. They all have different names, but ignore the fact that they have different names. The higher the rarity, the higher the amount of bronze, and the higher the amount of infinite power that they award you. The amount of infinite power they give you is actually also determined by your infinite knowledge as well. This is a stacking multiplier to the bronze rewards. Sorry, to the infinite power rewards. That is it's obtained by doing like achievements and stuff. Now, at least on the hunter, once fully geared, your heroics you know, this does still feel kind of like you can progress through it. This is a nice methodical just solo through the dungeons by yourself sort of thing. I would say though that the infinite power gains in the bronze is unlikely to be that attractive to you by the time you are this geared. And obviously the journey to get to this level of gear we have not tested yet. Because of course we can cheat our way to this level of power on the PTR, but when the game goes live we're going to have to earn this power. And it's more interesting of a conversation about how we go about earning it. How do we end up with 740 item level gear? It really does put quite the emphasis on group content, I think, in the early days. Which is good, because a game mode like this, I think, really should. Part of Mop Remix was that, yeah, sure, you can eventually solo everything. But there was a big emphasis on doing, like, dungeons and raids, you know, quickly joining in with a whole bunch of people, nuking it down, one-shotting, and then moving on to the next one. That was a big part of Remix. More sand? I do like the fact that we still keep getting sand. That would lead nicely into the ever stacking. Ow. The ever stacking power sort of theory. Get out of it, goal. We're going to have to do tons of stuff for it. Maybe even save tons of quests to level 80. Well, like I said, this level of power wasn't obtainable in any less than about 50, 60 hours on Mop Remix. So this is definitely not going to be an overnight thing for most players. I still put forward the argument quite strongly in Remix that 60 hours was too long. But it was a very... almost a fixed number because they were carefully controlling just how much bronze you could gain in Mop Remix. Every time a farm was found that gave you too much bronze, then they nerfed it. They tried to make it so you could get, like, realistically no more than about 10k bronze an hour. Which, when you needed 600,000 of the stuff, is where you get your 60-hour number from. The fact that your gearing is going to be based upon you completing content, it's more up to you of how fast you complete that content. So whether that be doing all of the questing and lore mastering, or whether you do group content and you just absolutely spam dungeons. It does annoyingly make me think that spamming Mythic Plus dungeons might be the optimal way to gear up your characters fast in the first few phases. Or your character fast. Might not be plural. Oh, those stupid seagulls. Don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and it gets everywhere. If you know, you know. Where are you getting that sand? Because, of course, we're doing a heroic dungeon now, and this is comfortable now in max gear. But how is this going to feel in, like, half max gear? Are we, like... Is it going to be that you have to pull one mob at a time and methodically work your way through it? This is not the speed of gameplay that you're going to experience until you have already completed your journey. And as you can see, from in terms of bronze, from like killing trash mobs and whatever, it's you know, usually a single digit bronze situation. Which means you could do this, but you might not be getting more than a few thousand bronze a run, maybe. But depends how many of the rewards you need. It's definitely better though. Being able to experience this is at least going to put a lot of people's mind at ease that at least knowing this is possible will mean that people care less about just how you get there. Knowing you get there and being able to get there in your own time is important to me. Tweaking numbers will adjust, you know, how quickly you get there. There's every chance having trial accounts active will trigger the bonus more than it should. They always seem to struggle with that bug. Will trigger the bonus more than it should. I'm not sure what you're referring to. The infinite power, like all of the stats you see there, don't transfer over to your alts. It's only the plus 400% experience that transfers over. Level 20 trial accounts are probably not going to be useful at all in Remix. Because your level 20 gear is going to be absolutely fucking weak sauce. Level 20 gear is going to have a laughably small amount of stats on it. No amount of infinite power gains is going to boost them to a level where they'll be useful. It's one of the reasons they've put all of the secondary stats on gear, I think, rather than on the mementos, is so that level 20 and low level characters can't do silly things with it. It is a bit of a fun detected approach, I'm not going to lie, but I equally don't think they really want people spinning up trial accounts and twinking at level 20. But a absolutely juiced, fully geared character will be able to replicate the same as what a level 20 twink could. So the gameplay loop is still possible for players. You could still probably boost, and I probably will do some of this. You still probably can boost 4 extra accounts with a juiced main. The difference will be is that the only way to do that will be if you already have put the time and the effort in to get that juiced main. It won't be that you can just spin up a level 20 trial account and have a twink that's like soloing dungeons in 10 minutes. Dare I say they're going to want you to work for the power rather than being able to quickly access it for free. Might be time to get that second battle net. Level up another account worth of tunes. Didn't you say that infinite power was tied to some achievements? Historically, when you have multiple accounts logged in at the same time, it gives you the reward multiple times. Oh, I see what you mean. This is gonna hurt. No. I still don't think hunters are scaling properly with their artifact stuff. I'm like doing 5 mil sustained damage, which doesn't seem enough. Okay, well that's both normal and heroic, like quite easily soloed. No difficulties there other than No difficulties there other than just the time it takes to do it. And this run back is going to be cancer. Also means I think that you won't really be able to build a speed set until much later on, as you'll want to always equip the highest item level gear. Yeah, item level is absolutely going to be king on everything other than jewelry. There's no question. Like the hierarchy of your power comes from item level, base gear, number one. Look at the amount of main stat we're getting on just a single piece, right? I've got 120,000 overall agility. I'm getting like 10,000 main stat from a single item. So yeah, item level is absolutely king. Secondly to that, your traits. Your traits also seem to scale with your overall agility. So these are supplementary to your gear. Then this limits unbound is just every time you get one, it's a 1% damage amp. You know, 1% damage extra from 1% verse. So this is your third and lowest priority to really worry about when it comes to getting powerful. But of course, your item level can cap out, which means the power of your traits becomes capped. So only once you have capped your gear does this become the only thing to chase after even further. Oh yeah, I mean, if I pressed half my abilities, I'd probably take less damage, yeah. Very aware of that. It'd be remiss of us not to test soloing the raid, wouldn't it? Because this is the first thing we did when we got this level of equivalent power in Mop Remix. We went and we decided to try and solo raids. Where is the Emerald Dream raid? I don't even know. Where's any of the raids? Was it round here somewhere? Let's give it a go. Here somewhere. You don't have enough money? Fuck's sake. Stupid boosted tunes. Stupid boosted tunes. Good thing there's no durability, right? I can safely say that's the first time I've seen that error message in WoW ever. Right, difficulty normal. Is it here? This looks like it could be it. Is this it? No, that's Dark Heart Thicket. Where's the flipping raid gone? Raid should be a green portal, right? Falling at the first hurdle. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Big green portal. Now we're talking. Right, let me grab a drink quickly. Hang on. You're trying to find a puppy. She is just there if I scoot my ass out the way. Okay. Probably saw her walk past a minute ago. Was closer to feet cam, yeah. You see Mr. GM's tweet about the new Blizzard shop UI? They're getting ready for all the cosmetics. I'm a bit scared. Oh yeah, well I mean, I've said ages ago they've it's not here by default, but there's a way to bring it up. Yeah, yeah, they're absolutely going to milk the living shit out of decor. No questions about it. I haven't seen Dan's tweet about it, but it's I've seen the preview with all of the it's got all the different categories of decor, doesn't it? Where is it? Let's have a look, see if I can find it. Oh, that man does love a tweet. Oh, here we go. Oh, this doesn't even have that doesn't even have all of the art on it. I've seen one where it actually shows all the different categories for decor and stuff. There's yeah, they're absolutely going to town on the shop. The London development looks shiny though. Shiny cells. Shiny cells. Right, is this the first boss? I should actually practice this flipping raid a few times on retail just so I remember what the Christ is going on with it. Can we nuke these things? Perfect thing to milk, really, as long as it has zero impact on gameplay and is cosmetic. I still don't like the it's only cosmetic argument. I'm not a fan of it. Mostly because I think, sure, you're right, it is only cosmetic, but we pay monthly for access to the game. We bought the game as well. I think we're already double due the items that they create. Selling things on top is oh yeah, what was growl off? Selling things on top is not valid. And this is where it depends on the business model that you have. You can get away with microtransactions and you can get away with selling cosmetics in an environment where you have not already paid twice for the product. you know, if the game is free to play, selling cosmetics as microtransactions is the business model to generate the revenue so the game can maintain as free to play. It's it's the compromise, isn't it? You sell the extra cosmetic things that don't have any negative impact on the game. As a way to generate the revenue to allow the game to be free for as many people as possible. But when you pay for the game, when you pay an active subscription to continue playing the game, then I don't agree with additional cosmetic microtransactions. I think that's just greedy. So this is where nuance matters, and just straight saying microtransaction bad or cosmetic microtransaction good is, there needs to be a more detailed conversation. Right, 1 billion damage. Let's go. I probably do need to use misdirect a little bit here. I'm pulling aggro from my pets so aggressively, even with them having growl. Keep on that in a minute. Oh, are you dead? What's going on? I don't know this. I don't know these fights at all. What the hell's Heart of the Swarm? Why are you not doing anything? Yeah, they don't seem to be casting growl. It doesn't seem to ever be going on cooldown, which is odd. Turn it off and turn it on again. The age old switch it off, switch it on. Okay, well, excluding the fact that my class feels a little bit busted, twas soloable. 2 motes of broken time, 1200 bronze, 6 fragmented mementos of epoch challenges. And 740 gear still. Okay, well that's interesting. That seems to showcase that at least as we progress in further phases and your item level increases, the gear that drops from these will still be relevant to you all the way up. It doesn't appear as if the gear is capped. It's really starting to beg the question, what's the flipping point of phases now? I mean, I have literally been saying that since day one, that there is absolutely no point for these phases. But if even the first boss on the first raid will continue to drop you gear equivalent to what your current item level is, then all they're doing is limiting the amount of raid bosses you can kill a day in the first couple of phases. Which begs the question, why bother with the phases? Okay. Well, the fact that we could kill it is a good start. Oh, now it used growl. Maybe it was just scuffed in because I was in combat. Changing it whilst in combat didn't work for some reason. So price is still fairly cheap considering the world we live in nowadays. Yeah, but cheap is relative. Cheap is relative. Cheap is relative if you have the money. A Lamborghini is cheap compared to a yacht. It doesn't add you know, it doesn't change the moral aspect of charging for something on top of charging your paying customers on top of them already paying to be your customer. I just think is generally gross. Pretty much most free-to-play games I've ever played pretty much quote-unquote require paying for the premium accounts to really play the game, and then they sell microtransactions on top. There's nothing new for me. I mean, that's, you know, like I said, all of the monetization of video games is mostly up to the developers / publishers. Some companies are better at it than others. For example, you know, the Path of Exile guys have kind of got the balance quite right and have often been praised for their monetization model, being that Path of Exile is free to play. You can then pay a nominal amount if you want more bag space and stuff, which adds a little bit of quality of life, but it's not game breaking. And for those that want to just play the game for free and not pay a penny, there is still the option to do that if they wish. I wish World of Tanks costs me as little as WoW has over the years. Yeah, well, World of Tanks goes another route with their monetization. They are milking the whales for everything that they have in order to be able to have as many people play the game for free as possible and then spend ludicrous amounts on advertising at the same time. Falls into the same category as games like Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, they're free to play, but they're really fucking not. Raid Shadow Legends obviously gets memed on for its predatory microtransactions. I mean, fuck, just look at Diablo Immortal. You know, Diablo Immortal is like every single page of the mobile gross monetization model has been implemented into that game. People pay 50 quid for a whole game and then still happily pay 20 quid for a skin. It's a complete rip-off. The problem is that the reason that these companies can price and structure their games in the way they do is because there is enough people that pay it. There's straight up enough people that care to spend that extra money. And at the end of the day, if it's your disposable income, you do whatever the hell you want with it. But there is also the aspect of that your spending habits do, in somewhat shape or form, paint a picture to the industry of what the industry can get away with. Charlie Kirk died, apparently. Oh, yes, he did. Now that shit that Ubisoft has zero excuses, imagine selling XP boosts in a single player game. Yeah, some companies just push the limits, they really do. They just take it too far. Now, I could get a little bit more overzealous with this and just sort of push the limits a little bit and see how far we can go before it gets too hairy. Okay, that still wasn't too bad, was it? With Elder Scrolls Online, because of the constant microtransactions being pushed into the game and the loot boxes. Yeah, they you know, this is why some early pushback on this sort of stuff is worth doing, because otherwise it always builds, it always builds, it always builds, it always builds. And they'll keep building on it and they'll keep pushing it until they see a percentage of the player base breaking. And then, and only maybe then, might they start toning it back a bit. WoW is free to play for me. Yeah, I mean, I also fall into the category of WoW being free to play. I've not spent a single dime on World of Warcraft in many years. Pretty much ever since the token came out, to be honest. Oh, is there a specific order we do this in? Why is what? Okay, maybe we can go Grizzly Hills. I've predominantly played free-to-play games with the freemium monetization, so I've seen a lot of the awful predatory shit in my time. So Blizzard's microtransactions don't seem like a big deal to me. Yeah, I mean it's the mobile industry that has really pushed the limits over the years. But there's no doubt it is spread into AAA gaming pretty aggressively as well. You know, the loot box fiasco of past years, which is a little bit more regulated and a little bit more in check now, is a prime example of, you know, these companies pushing the limits as far as they can go. They'll push things to breaking point, and then when it breaks, they will hold the they'll hold the monetization at that level. Gotta keep those shareholders happy. You know? Business is business. Battlefront 2 was bad with the loot boxes. It pretty much kickstarted all of the EU laws about it. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of companies that got slapped back then. I mean, FIFA still to this very day. Well, it's not called FIFA, is it? It's called, what's it called? I don't know. EA Soccer or whatever the fuck it is. They've lost the FIFA name, haven't they? But, well, either way, you know what I mean. You know, with their Ultimate League buying packs and all this sort of stuff. And Hearthstone is an absolute cash grab in my opinion, but at least Hearthstone's free. And you can play Hearthstone and you can generate some currency in it. Enough to, if with consistent play, not have to worry about spending too much. But then you can also spend a ludicrous amount. I just take quite the stand with World of Warcraft because, like aforementioned, we already pay for this game twice, right? we're already a double paying customer. We bought the game and we pay monthly to continue playing the game. I tend to believe that that is enough for any development of any items to be provided to the people that have already bought the game twice, not then paywalled yet again. So the only cosmetic argument doesn't work for me, unfortunately, in this game. Fine in others, but not in this one.
Stamp and trample, crush and crumple!
Need to keybind flipping misdirecting. It's my pet. Because I'm getting toasted. Your equipment items suffer a 10% durability loss? No, they didn't. They flipping better not have done. We don't have durability. Game lies to me. I need my macro for misdirect, which I'm not gonna have, am I? Wait, what's this? Ha! I've still got my threads macros. Look, use items to use all of the different threads. My main account's been logged out and all. Oh. Has anybody got a link to a quick and easy misdirect macro? Found one. Cast at focus, help, pet not dead exists, cast misdirect. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, there we go. Right, let's try again. Try that again. Right, growl is on. Maybe dismiss the pet and re-summon the pet, maybe. Yeah, it resummons out without having growl activated. Turn it on. Try again.
You should have fled. Now I'll feed your bones to the storm crows. Stamp and trample, crush and crumple!
Successfully dodged. Oh, my pet tool still takes a beating, you know. Real beating.
I will flatten you like saplings! nightmare grows, the nightmare devours! I will flatten you like saplings!
Shit, my pet's dead again. Don't eat me!
The nightmare grows! The nightmare! You are free of this place! Should have fled! Should have listened!
We're still far from Panda Remix. We're closer. I would point out that we were not soloing all normal raids, even with max gear in Mop Remix to begin with. And I know this categorically because I've still got the VOD footage and I've watched it back. It wasn't until we had really stacked an absolutely disgusting amount of threads on top. How would a tank fare in raids, though? I would imagine a tank is just, like, laughing all the way to the bank. But technically you're capped now. Capped on gear, yeah. Item level capped. Item level capped, yes. And secondary stats capped, yes. But infinite power, of course, is still stacking. I've only been using 20 ranks of this right now, which is the equivalent of 1 million infinite power, which I think is probably about fair by the time that you get to, by the time that you've grinded out this gear. I suspect that 20 ranks of the infinite scaling is probably about where you'll be. It's my guess anyway.
You should have fled. Now I'll feed your bones to the storm crows.
I also don't think something is really working right with my character, because I still only seem to be doing like 5-6 mil sustained DPS. And I would have very much expected it to be in the 10 mil range.
The nightmare grows! The nightmare devours!
Yeah, I need to remember to stop letting my pet die as well. E.g. play the game.
Stamp and trample! Crush and crumple!
Stop focusing me, you son of a bitch. Okay. If you play the game properly, it's probably possible to start soloing raids at this point as well. And on other classes that are, you know, a prop paladin or something, will just be absolutely laughing at this point. Okay. What I am quite interested in, though, more than anything else, is what the journey looks like to get here. So what I might do is log on to one of my characters that is already leveled to 80 naturally, and is also on the gearing journey. Our pre-boosted character from last week should have 630-ish gear, which we might be able to use Don't know how far I got on Ranthius. Let me try this dude. He was only about item level 600. This was the dude we were leveling last week. See, I'd point out in terms of secondary stats. We've already got like a decent amount of them, even with lowby level gear. My question now is, if I go out and start doing stuff, do I still get corrupted thorns of the dream, or have they completely changed the PTR to now only drop the higher tier ones? Still not very sure exactly what the journey of getting that maximum gear is going to look like.
Felicitations to you.
I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't it? 601 ring. Right. Let's do... Have I been questing on this dude a bunch? I think I've done the first 2 zones. Had I done all the zones? No way I lore mastered all of the zones last week on this dude. Zygor and details. Where's details? I hate this new category thing. Just give me alphabetical. I know where I stand with alphabetical. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How flipping out to spell Surima? Surama. Go. Let's go do a little bit of questing. I want to complete a few quests, see what drops. To just gauge whether they've just turned the last phase of the PTR on.
She must have come this way. Keep looking.
Or whether, because we have lower item level, we still get the lower stuff.
Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Eid Nala Kanesh. I hope someone out there is listening. Need to keep moving. Wrath!
I do sense that the play here might actually be to level a new character. The problem is I've got this 400% EXP boost, which is going to mean we level super fast and then end up dinging 80 with like only a fraction of like the actual player power we would probably have on live. It's still going to feel misrepresentative, if that's the right word. Started getting a bit hard to simulate how live might feel. I think we should make druids and follow Manthe around like we're his pets. Maybe even make a guild, Manthe's his pets. Well, just a whole raid of pocket healers. I'm down. Let's do it.
Time stop spell. She would pay for that.
This is not your business, outlander.
Bunch of cats and bears.
Power of the Nightborn. Who are you?
Sounds like a smart move. That is what you would definitely refer to as streamer privileges, though. So right, what comes out of this? Moat of a broken time.
We must take care.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Proud
Either
ravenous in their hunger for magic and flesh alike. Such is the fate of Nightborn, who cannot drink
Okay.
of the night well.
this still doesn't actually give us the answer, does it? Because this now feels as if they have just switched on the Argus phase. And when the Argus phase is switched on, then we will get these. This doesn't... I need to read the blue posts and look at the wording in more detail. Is this a rug pull move? Are we actually going to be able to get anywhere near 640 item level? Unless we have access to the later phases that... Because now on the PTR I can't test if there's a point where we stop getting corrupted thorns and start getting motes of broken time. Because these are clearly phase 1 upgrade tokens. There'll be a phase 2 and a phase 3 upgrade token, and this is the phase 4 upgrade token. But there's 2 other upgrade tokens that we haven't seen yet. Well, still doesn't give me totally the answer I'm looking for here of the whether 640 item level is actually in any way, shape or form achievable in the earlier phases.
I need a moment.
But regardless, it's nice to see what 640 like. It's nice to see what maximum gear looks like. Because it showcases that, well, at least by the time we do get max gear, like, we'll be able to do a lot of what makes Remix feel like Remix.
There are so many.
Because what would probably be a clever way of doing it, not that I'm a particular fan of the phases full stop, but a clever way of doing it will be, like, in phase 1, completing a quest will give you 1 Thorn of the Dream. But in phase 2, they up the number of these that you get to 2. And then in phase 3, they up the number of these you get to phase 3. To 3. And so basically it means that the further behind you are, the more of these tokens you then get. That's a sort of semi-passive catch-up system for players. Meaning if you want to blast at the beginning, go blast. Otherwise... yeah, I don't know. We still don't have answers, do we? Unless I am just being dumb and I've completely misread something, but I don't think I did. All phases up to the Argus Eternal phase will share the Argus Eternal item level cap. But the question is, that's great, but how do we get the higher item level gear if the raids that drop it are not accessible, and if we don't have access to the higher gear tokens? Is it going to be Mythic Plus? May the only way to push past the phase 1 item level cap, or should we call it a soft cap now? A soft cap based on the if in phase 1 we get Corrupted Thorns of the Dream, which create gear from the Emerald Nightmare, are we safe to assume that the best piece of gear that this token can make is about 630-ish? But if that's the only token we have access to naturally in phase 1, how do you actually push further forward than that? Is it going to be like end of dungeon rewards for Mythic Plus? And pushing higher keys might be the only way to push past it in the earlier phases? Because as of right now, this doesn't make sense. The only reason we should be getting motes of broken time at this item level of character is if we are actually in the Argus Eternal phase, which is phase 4, which is like 8 weeks after the launch of it. So as far as the PTR is concerned, we're playing phase 4 right now.
Around. Greetings.
I need to test some of the Mythic Plus out. At what point is soloing the Mythic Plus dungeons feasible? Are the early keys in Mythic Plus tuned to be easier than normal? If so, that would mean that you could start soloing the lower keys. Probably not, is it? There must be a key vendor in the bazaar place, I reckon. Probably grab a key on this dude and just test it. That's still for the PTR, doesn't say it's for live. But this is it, it's trying to figure out exactly what phase are we testing here. I've always thought Blizzard needs to just like, they give us like a blue post or whatever, but there needs to be like an actual description of what the PTR is meant to represent. Let me get 10 of these though, just to because out of curiosity. The tooltip on this, combine 10 of these to create an item belonging to an available raid in Legion Remix. The wording of the tooltips of these is significantly different. These are stating that they will only create an item belonging to the Emerald Nightmare. These state that they will give you a piece of gear from any of the raids that are available at the time. I wonder if this is just meant to replace this. I don't know. You even enter the Mythic Plus as solo. I'm going to assume you can just put your key in and go.
What is this place? This chamber, I have never seen anything like it.
Need to keep my eyes again on the flipping secret finding Discord, see if there's any
Inala,
interesting.
much better. Old teleporters. Not so different from
Although
the ones
they've
in Silver
closed the
City.
flipping
Seems they're
feedback
inactive.
channel. I do not have this confirmed,
Let us explore
but the fact the
instead.
WoW secret finding
Watch your
Discord closed the feedback channel, I genuinely think they did that because Blizzard asked them to do it. Because it was
Strange.
becoming
The floor looks
the
like
sole
a map.
and primary place for feedback. which people were complaining about on the forums. Like, why are no devs talking on the forums?
One thing is certain. Leyline
We don't
energy
want your
is
feedback
infected
anymore.
this chamber from
Yeah,
elsewhere.
plus I also, it felt a bit, if it did come from Blizzard,
A weapon?
feels a bit silency, doesn't it? Actual constructive feedback. No. Use the forums where we can ignore it. Yeah. it's weird. It's weird that they, because the reason that, if you look here, right, the remix feedback and bugs
For now, at least all the withered have learned
channel.
to avoid this place.
Thank you for the feedback you all provided. This is coming from one of the mods of the Secret Finding Discord, by the way. Your contributions helped in shaping Remix in that it will be when it goes live. Now the PTR cycle is close to being over, we have decided to close this channel. If you would like to discuss Remix more, you can use the PTR channel instead. Well, the PTR cycle wasn't even close to closing when they did post this. On the 6th, by the way, on the 6th of September. And the PTR is still up and running for it. So it really does make me feel as if Blizzard requested them to close this channel. Which I find very odd.
Greetings. Be careful who you trust. The Shalderai will be redeemed.
So only 7 of these things. I'm intrigued when I use 10 of these on this character. What am I going to get? Is it going to give me something like 2 item levels higher than what I currently have? Or is it going to throw me a 700 plus item level piece of gear out of nowhere? Because they have a minimum item level because they also double up as catch up or something? Or is that me giving Blizzard far too much credit in designing a system that might actually be good? One more ancient mana chunk. See, this is for me, this is the silly thing. Like, I'm spending probably more time trying to figure out what the PTR even is, what the items even are, than I am, like, genuinely testing it to see if it, like, feels balanced or anything along these lines. Like, all of this right now is me just trying to figure out what are these items and when are we expecting to get them. And this is all stuff that could be easily put in a document or a blog post that goes along with each build. And it's always baffled me just how Blizzard give you a PTR or a test phase or something, and then they don't tell you what they want you to test. Like, it's why I've always believed it's just for marketing, honestly, over the years. I've never really thought that Blizzard pays that much attention to it, because I'm convinced that they just use it for free marketing. It makes me wonder how they handle their QA internally. Because there must be dockets and stuff that they give the QA testers internally to say, you know, this is what I want you to test. This is the feedback we're looking for. This is the, you know, this is the, this is the point in time to which this current build is designed around. Here's a cheap vendor to push you up to that level
Tomorrow, I'll
quickly.
begin looking for subjects. Day 9. Still no luck in communicating with the Withered. I must regard this failure not as a measure of ability, but a measure of progress.
They've definitely tweaked some of the secondary stats, though, since the last build as well. It still only appears to be like flat percentage increases on all of the gear. But I absolutely I think the base values have been jacked up quite a lot on the secondaries to make them feel more impactful. Because this character is definitely hitting harder than he was just yesterday in this gear. This character's got 20 hours under his belt, so leveling then a bit at level 80. Done a bit of lore mastering, done a bit of gear upgrading.
Day 14. The new subject, number 16, is special. His arcane essence is touched by some mysterious power. I have named him Theron.
Standard piece of gear, bronze mana, second standard piece of gear. And a memento. 500 infinite power from killing a rare. I still think a daily sweep of the rares, probably even on heroic world tier, might end up being one of those real quick and easy blasts. In the early phases where it might not be that you get Giga Chads in all of your raids and dungeons that just solo them and clear them for you. Daily sweep of the rares could actually still be, because every rare seems to be the equivalent of like a dungeon boss sort of thing. And if you're a DPS class that might not have instant dungeon queues as well, be a nice summon to keep you busy. Nice little summon to keep you busy whilst you're waiting for that queue to pop, maybe.
Day 24. Woke to a night elf's blade at my neck. He asked what I was doing to the Withered. Searching for a cure, I replied. I merely grunted and disappeared into the woods.
Move the item level cap for phases, interesting. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to diagnose right now. The PTR feels like, on the timeline, it feels like we're in phase 4. It feels like we're in phase 4 on the PTR right now, because we're getting the phase 4 item upgrade tokens dropping, but they seem to be dropping from everywhere. So it makes me think that when we go from one phase to the next phase to the next phase to the next phase, they might just retire the past upgrade tokens and go to just solely using a new one, which might end up having a higher cap each time. But that leads me to believe that we'll still be sort of limited to our item level. Otherwise, all of these tokens need to, in essence, do exactly the same thing, and there is no need for having independent different ones. If they all scale from like 0 to 740, then why would you have 4 different versions of it? Find this last arcane ward. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. I pray for the day that they add transparency to the scenery. I pray for that day. Okay, we got 10 of these now. So now let's see what we get. Considering our item level is still low, is it just going to give us like a 600 item level piece of gear? Yeah, it still does. So these fundamentally act no differently to Corrupted Thorns of the Dreams. So why are they going to have 4 different ones then? Well, at least for me then, it feels like continuing to play a bunch on this character's not a bad idea, because this is the most naturally leveled character so far. We leveled in reasonable time. I've put a few hours into being level 80, going around and doing things, upgrading my gear, but I have not once used any form of like PTR cheat vendor to gain an advantage on this dude. His item level is only Gimp level low because he's got a stupid trinket on right now. But he's 595 average item level. One of the questions that's going to turn up very, 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 very quickly is what is going to be the catch-up for people that turn up later. Because people will scream to the hills if there isn't one. What will be the way for people who turn up later on to quote-unquote catch up with others? Unless it's the raid bosses that have minimum item level drops. Maybe that's how they're going to do it.
Day 50. The sky has turned black. Demons everywhere. And this hunger. This endless hunger. Subjects released. I can no longer protect them.
Catch-up will be being carried by uber geared players, much like Mop, I guess. I suspect that's probably true. That's probably how it'll be. That you'll just get giga blasted through anything that you get in, any content that you get into. Let's not also forget that in Mop they did a big doubling of bronze acquisition at some point. Now that's not going to matter quite as much this time because infinite power isn't the thing that gives you power, ironically. It's gear item level, and the only way you upgrade the item level is by getting more caches and by getting more tokens. Then maybe at some point they will upgrade the... Maybe at some point they'll just straight up upgrade the amount of tokens you get. Void the 80% of groups that will say pumpers only, and you'll get a group in the end. This is the only thing I hope they don't balls up. I really hope they don't balls up the fact that in Mop you could basically get into a group really easily for anything. There was some groups that were doing like the mythic raids that would only take max item level people because they just wanted to destroy it. Nearly everything prior to Siege of Orgrimmar on mythic, you could pug super quickly, super easily. And that's because people were willing to take basically anybody because it was face roll for basically anybody. And in fact, even level 20, 30 characters were worth taking because their scaling was so busted. And so there was none of this. There always is at the very top, obviously, but for most of it, there wasn't that sort of elitist, we're only going to take the Giga Chads. Which I hope they get right this time. And don't balls up. And that's a slight worry about the phasing. That phasing might phase out the earlier raids. Meaning if you do turn up late, you might have a real hard time doing the earlier phases. Banded raids or something. This is the whole reason that there is no real significant advantage to me to adding phases. It just causes so many problems. Have everything accessible from day one and let the players figure out where they go and why and when. Maybe they could integrate the warband extra loot on the raids. Oh, that would be a smooth way of doing it, I suppose. Having warband gear for your alts. That's great for alt catch-up. But that doesn't help players that just straight up turn up late. Which already a lot of people are looking at doing. A lot of people have already looked at this and said, you know what, I don't want to grind it for 100 hours in the first 4 weeks. I would rather just grind it for 20 hours at the end. Those players that choose to turn up late to the party, after being told by Blizzard directly there is already still enough time for you to do everything. That was a risky sentence for Blizzard to state. That you can turn up late to the party and still have plenty of time to do everything. That is an indication that they have to provide those same players some ability to get up to speed faster. A systemized way of doing it that's, you know, guaranteed, not relying on other people to carry and basically boost them. Why is Twitch so twitchy still? All week it's been giving me the spinny wheel. Not sure. I've actually watched very little Twitch this week. I have obviously been streaming myself, but in terms of the amount of time I've spent watching other people this week, it's probably low single digits. So I've not noticed anything myself. Right, I think the next thing to figure out then is just how the Mythic Plus scaling works compared to the normal dungeon scaling. Because if Mythic 0 keys are actually tuned below what normal dungeons are, you might actually be looking at soloing early low-level keys before you're looking at soloing the normal dungeons. I know that seems kind of counterproductive, but it could be done deliberately to funnel people into the Mythic Plus system early on. Alternatively, that's not the case at all. and you will fundamentally never be soloing Mythic Plus dungeons until you are at the very least fully geared capped. So let's east back to the bazaar, go get a key, and then see what we do. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. I took the poppies for a quick pee as well. Thought that would be a smart move. Okay, there's a key vendor around here somewhere. Pretty sure of it. Not in regular Dalaran, but in the shiny blob Dalaran. Somebody somewhere is a key vendor. Rare collectors, class mounts.
You got my attention. Safe travels.
Exclusive ensemble, mythic keystones. I would like a keystone. Placed within the font of power inside the dungeon on mythic difficulty. Can we buy? We can buy maps that turn them into the keys that we want them to be for the purpose of testing. You can fully customize.
Don't forget to repair your gear.
Okay, well, we got Goltharian's Lair. Where the hell are you then? Where the hell are you? Is that the one in High Mountain? Yeah. Let's go and have a little looky. See if these are even remotely plausible at low levels. Might not be a terrible idea to double check whether a 600-ish... Yeah, because the big question for me, although this is going to be potentially outrageously time-consuming to like test and figure out, it'd be really nice to see what is kind of the point on the scale where doing stuff solo becomes viable. Because at least then that gives you a bit of a goal to achieve in the early days and weeks. Pushing towards, you know, utilize the early hype for group content. Then at what point will you be able to continue progressing at your own pace? My guess is around 670 item level gear, if I'm honest, but...
May I help?
If we need to go to High Mountain, let's go that one there. Oh, I should have used True Shot Lodge rather than flying, shouldn't I? Whoops. It'd also be nice to see at what point on the gearing path does... At what point on the gearing path does actually utilising Heroic World Tier become an advantage to you? Rather than just everything hitting harder and being more bullet spongy and taking you longer to kill. Which for some is, you know, added level of interest, but... If you're all about just farming up that bronze and getting more powerful faster, you're probably going to ignore Heroic World Tier. Unless there's some cheesy way to utilize it. Mob grinding or rare killing or something. Didn't they say in the last patch notes that empowered mobs have the chance to drop these things as well? If empowered mobs drop these, then farming Heroic World Tier in a group... especially a hyperspawn, could be very lucrative for gearing. Where's the new ones gone? What was it called? This one. I've just realised I'm not doing anything with these right now. They should have finished their thaumaturgy whilst we're flying. That account's disconnected. These guys finished their thaumaturgy. Sort of. We were going to run all of that through the mill. Sorry, multitasking at its finest. Loosely using the word finest anyway. Mush all of that. Smush all of that. Alma, please don't eat the walls, girl. Don't be eating the wall. Found a life hack. Put a tea towel, a wet tea towel in the freezer. Rock hard. Easy, cheap dog teething tool. Alma. Hopefully she eats that instead of the wall. Or she'll just leave a wet, soggy tea towel on the floor in 10 minutes, but... Break the leather down as well. We were smushing the Myco Bloom anyway. Smush that down now. We just sell all of this now. I think we can pretty much flog all of this now. Let's get the transmutagens broken down. Oh, she's gone to get a stick now anyway. Best monk advice, be like a towel, frozen, hard, solid, but if somebody nice to you, be warm and soft. I guess that works, yeah. Still got some Myco Bloom that's worth breaking. You. And one of you. And I think that's everything processed. Yeah. Now just our Blasphemites, and we can get everything sold on this dude. What else have we got here? Process you. With the price of Blasphemites right now, I'm hoping this is going to end up being at least semi-lucrative. It was meant to be just something passive going on in the background rather than like too proactive goal making, but if I don't do any goal making on the channel, people call me a fraud. we got to keep up appearances. Some more of this. Bit more Myco Bloom, get rid of you. Then one of you. You. Then we make Blasphemites. Yep, now Blasphemites. Go. You're finished, you're finished. How are you doing? Break down the leather. This little scrappy bit at the end is kind of annoying. But you got to squeeze everything out of flipping everything out of this you possibly can. Beautiful. Right. Now let's quickly get this lot listed. All prices changed too aggressively. $13 Skamazed. Cheeky cheeky. Flipping bait auctions, man. The hell did I get a thunderous hide from? How's that even possible? All the juicy weaver cloth. And amass other materials from somewhere. I don't know where they've come from. Now the Blasphemites. On you go. Right, what's that totaling in at? 360k plus 40, about 400,000 gold worth of stuff listed there. That's valuable. Definitely didn't spend 400,000 gold on all those mats. Obviously minus auction house fee. So 400k minus 5% is like what, 380? Quick maths. Q2 Storm Dust should probably run through a bunch of enchanting characters as well, but the more steps of the process you have in-house, the easier it is to squeeze out that little bit of profit, but it's more time. And I was only doing this to try and get a few cheeky high-value blasphemite sales. Flipping undercut baiting. Similar-ish numbers again. They should be all sort of similar. There's always a little bit of variancy in the profit and the sale values because there is still quite a lot of RNG with the Matagy. All 1 gold undercut. Okay. Nearly missed that. This spear is so very close to being worth running through the mill again, but same with this Blessing Blossom, honestly. Somebody's going to come in and buy at least 10k of this in one go, aren't they? That in there. Food in general has been a bit of a slow burn, but really impressive rise this patch. Didn't look great a couple of weeks after the raid launch, but it has kept rising. Yeah, it was, I still sold out most of my stuff at sort of around the 20% profit margin, which I was always happy with, but it is interesting to see just how it has kept creeping up in some stuff. Creeping way after the expected duration as well. Okay, those dudes are selling. Stuff selling. Stuff coming in. Right, they're all good to go. Back to Remix. Back to poking around on Remix. Neltharian's Lair, where is it? This one. This might end up being a complete recipe for disaster here, but once again, if you don't test these things. Amount of fish fillets you need to make the feast is absurd. The quantity of fish on the market is abysmal. Need some fishing bots, right?
Every moment we linger, Darkwood kills more of our allies.
My father's ancient lair. There is still power within these rocks that should not be disturbed.
Weird. It doesn't do anything. Well, that's odd. I can put the keystone in. It gives me the ability to press activate. But just absolutely nothing happens. Does this mean that Mythic Plus dungeons are not soloable at all? Doesn't pop up an error or nothing. Just doesn't do it. Okay. Are they actually available on the PTR? They absolutely should be. What about super duper mega boosty boost, dude? Watch somebody soloing a 25, so maybe a bug with that key or the dungeon. Oh, okay. Borrow this, dude. Alma, what are you doing? Shit, you shouldn't be nomming. Right, let's go get key on this dude. Let's try the same thing just to see if it's that dungeon. Take the same key.
It's a great
Or maybe that
visit
character was just
dungeon.
cooked or something. Give me the key.
Try not to slay
Give me the
too
key.
many dragons,
No.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures. It's a great day to visit a dungeon.
Which one was it? It was... Who was it? Neltharian's Lair. One of those, please. What? Why can I not buy it? Fucking no gold! not even a single gold. How the shit and hell does this work then? Brand, do you give me some gold or something?
Out there.
You'll find me.
Brand, give me a box of gold.
Action is.
Travel safe.
Can I sell shit to a vendor? Does gear have... Does anything have a vendor value?
The answers are here. I can feel it.
Okay, that's worth 82 gold for some reason. Right, there we go. Flipping hell.
Looking for someplace new to explore? Tell me another story sometime.
Huh? How does this work then? Oh, audio's Neltharian's Lair. Okay. Can we set the key count? Which is it? It's a 2. Okay, so that's the exact same key as before. Right, let's fly over there. Yeah, it's still kind of difficult to get an overview to what may be the... actual sort of, Oh, I haven't even unlocked the dark heart thingy. Hang on, skip you. Oh, I haven't got a quick portal over there. Flipping hell, we'll fly again.
Hello. Be careful.
Yeah, trying to sort of figure out exactly what the end game loop might look like. I think my focus, obviously level, ding 80 first as highest priority before you start doing anything particularly fancy. Leveling 80 might require me to do an awful lot of questing, lore mastering. As probably the fact that I'm going to play a hunter. I can weave in dungeons in between, but at least so far, spamming dungeons hasn't really even felt that efficient, honestly. Now, obviously, if you could absolutely zug, time walking, level, blast dungeons, they might be. But dungeons don't give you like a big XP boost on completion. So the actual XP gained via running the dungeons is arguably not actually even that comparable to doing questing. For example, in retail, the reason why time walking is so fast is because upon completion on time walking, you just get like a third of a level or something. The actual mob XP is not great. Now that might differ if you're in a very organized group and can absolutely gigablast them. But you then might also want to just be running flipping. You might want to just run more of souls, like on flipping loop. Might be the way that people level up super duper fast if they really want to, but I think my way will just be questing for the most part. Questing for the most part, I think, for leveling up to 80. Doing some... These, I believe, are a daily lockout. I think the raids are a daily lockout. Actually, we'll have a lockout on our calendar, won't we? Yeah, daily lockouts. So doing the raid every day, hugging the raid. I remember in Mop Remix, doing LFR wasn't really worth it for the same reason that doing dungeons might not be super worth it either. The fact that there wasn't really any big EXP boost back then. How does loot in a raid work? Everything's personal loot. Raid bosses do drop items. They also drop the upgrade tokens once you're level 80. Now, I don't know how it works actually before level 80. Because you don't need to be 80 to start doing the raids. You can start the raids, I think, at level 20. I'm just trying to figure out how Mythic Plus fits into the loop and how world content fits into the loop of stuff that you might go and do on a daily basis. Why does my map on this character not show any of the... Why is it not showing me any instance entrances on my map? Not sure. The dungeon's up here somewhere, isn't it? Here it is. But yeah, all loot seems to be personal loot rules. So the gear that you get will be on an equivalent to the gear that you're allowed to get. Does means that you probably won't be traded or funneled gear or anything like this. I didn't select Mythic first, did I? But with only the first 2 raids being available on launch, they're not going to be too difficult to do each day. If killing each boss is actually valuable enough and worthwhile doing.
Hurry, friends. Every moment we linger, Darkwood kills more of our allies.
My father's ancient lair.
I think this dungeon's just bugged. Because it doesn't want my keystone. Doesn't want my keystone. How have I managed to test or try out the one dungeon that seems to be bugged? On either of my characters, it doesn't seem to want to play game. It just doesn't do anything. Not sure if it's meant to, but that feels like it's broken. Okay. Reset all instances, try again. Just don't work. Don't work. Okay. Well, I guess we try another one then. Right, let's teleport quickly back to main area, grab another key. We just try a higher item level key. Sorry, just a higher key in general.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures. Don't forget to repair your gear.
Right, let's try again. Knowing my luck, I will have chosen to try the one dungeon that just doesn't work. Just don't work. Okay, sure. Well, what about Mythic 0? What about M0? We are on Mythic difficulty. About an M0. Interestingly, on Mythic M0, there's a 6-day lockout on M0. 21 bronze. Clearly only care about bosses, really.
Have been tapping into abilities they should not possess. No doubt it has something to do with the latent power still lingering within these rocks.
Navarok, betrayer. You would lead these intruders against us. Darkroot cannot control the hammer, Ularog. He will destroy High Mountain, not conquer it. Either way, I will enjoy every moment of it. Rockmora, crush them.
How much health has this got? 285 mil. Brittle. That's normal. Yeah, 285 mil. I should change my pet to Bloodlust as well, shouldn't I? A legendary memento. 2,500 bronze. 3,900 infinite power. Epic one, 777. 2 motes, 650 bronze. And some scrap bait. Scrap bait.
Well, they know we're coming now. I hope our allies can keep their main forces occupied long enough for us to complete our mission.
Yeah, look. Neltharion Lair M0 is still on a
No, I won't.
weekly lockout.
I will find my own
Weird.
path and rejoin you on the other side.
I wonder if that's
The
by design.
uses slaves to dig at the bones of my father. He does not know the powers he meddles with.
Please, you've already taken all the food we have. Search everywhere. These peasants have been hiding rations from the army. If you're not fighting, you're not eating.
They are weekly on live too. Yeah, but this is remix. I thought everything was I mean, if the raids are daily, an M0 on weekly doesn't make much sense, does it? Could be, you know, standard copy paste, haven't changed the code yet. You lurking all the way back there. There we go. Where's me crab? Hello? Crab? You come in? Flipping out, fellas. The crabs do seem really dumb at the moment for some reason. I don't know why. Can you show the artifact weapon tree? 1 minute. What is it you're looking for? So you have 20 of the infinite energy. I've got 20 that I've used right now, yeah. Which is the equivalent of like a 20% DPS boost. Does it go to 999? Yes. Yeah, the limit's unbound is bound to 999. And your sanity levels for farming infinite power.
Pay attention, Navarone. I want you to see your...
It's kind of one of those challenge accepted modes, I think, but I can't imagine at 50,000 infinite power per rank, people are going to be pushing the limits of that all that much. Unless you are literally lifing it for the entire 3 months. And even then, probably not.
So this is what it feels like.
Couple of mementos. 2 more upgrade tokens, bit of bronze, and piece of gear. 1,000 infinite power. I mean, I set it to 20 since that's what I kind of believe is about the amount of infinite power that you'll have probably been able to get on your journey to getting max gear. Now that's based upon, whilst leveling to 80, you get about 100,000 infinite power. So I was basically thinking about 10 times that quantity by the time you're fully geared, which could still be like, you know, good 50, 60, 70 hours plus of gameplay potentially. But I wanted to sort of try and create as realistic of a scenario as possible to go test some stuff initially. As a bit of a baseline. Just because we've been given the ability to slam in basically as much as we want, that's not really that realistic from a testing perspective, because you may never get there. You can do it just, you know, to see some silly numbers, but I don't think it's that useful. We're doing right now like 9 mil sustain, 9, 10 mil, which these numbers seem to be about in line with Mop Remix now.
I am sorry, heroes. It appears the treasure you
It'd be, like I said, it'd be interesting if we could like undo our gear, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess we kind of can gimp ourselves a little bit on gear, can't we? By just taking an item off. You know, we can simulate what 700 item level feels by taking off one piece of gear. That's not really a fair representation if all of your gear was 700, though, is it? I want to know what a 700 item level piece of gear actually has in terms of stats. But playing the game enough au naturel to be able to experience the actual journey and the power curve. You know, I don't think I've got the time or the dedication to do on the PTR over the next few days. But it's very good to be able to see sort of, you know, a realistic max geared character. You're soloing dungeons in timely manner. You're not just one-shotting absolutely everything in the dungeons, but you are doing them in a timely manner. Pretty much everything in the outer world now, I think, is just an insta one-shot on this tune. I've not done any outdoor content for that reason.
I must leave you now. Yet know this.
You'll have probably quote-unquote finished anything that you'd care about in the outdoor world by the time you got this gear anyway. What could you really look to get? Why is Brown not working again? You might do your daily rares or whatever, but you won't have any quests or anything left, I would imagine, by the time you're this well geared. Unless you just dungeon spam all your way to max gear.
This world asunder before I let you take my hammer. The mountain will gnaw on your bones. The mountain will gnaw on your bones.
What? Go away.
How is this possible?
Boom!
I was chosen.
Less a bronze cache, a cache of infinite treasures, and a greater bronze cache. That's from all of the related achievements. Oh, I wonder if you had to have done the dungeon on normal to unlock keystone mode. That's a possibility. Seems sort of silly if that is the case, but it's also something I wouldn't put past Blizzard. I've also... Is there a dungeon portal up here somewhere to get out?
I hope when next we meet it is under more peaceful circumstances.
There is. Does it spit you out back at the beginning, or does it spit you out in a different location? Oh, where the Christ is this? What increases the infinite power generation? It's called infinite knowledge. You gain it by doing a bunch of different activities. So you have infinite knowledge. You're capped at a maximum of 36 of it. Gained from most sources. Infinite knowledge gained beyond its limits is automatically just converted into bronze. I don't think you need to worry about that last sentence all that much. But infinite knowledge, for example, every time you lore master a zone, anytime you reach a certain threshold of unlimited power, unlimited power seems to cap out by the looks of things. There's an achievement for getting 5 million of it. And this is the 10, 11, 12th achievement in this chain. So I'm pretty sure you get an infinite knowledge each rank. So there's 12 infinite knowledge to be obtained from there. You gain... where'd you get it? Where else do you get it from? Lore runnering the zones initially will give you infinite knowledge. So you're probably going to try and chip away and do any of the things that gives you infinite knowledge. It seems really underscaled right now. Players who have like 36 out of 36 And players that have like 1 out of 36 don't really seem to notice that much difference in their infinite power gains. But that's just a tuning thing. Now I've done the dungeon normally though. Will it let me do the dungeon on Keystone now? Oh. Well, okay. The reset didn't reset. Oh, thanks, game. Flipping out. You couldn't have put me in a more annoying place. That's like dead center to the whole flipping thing. Okay, sure. What exactly is infinite knowledge? It's a scaling factor of your infinite power gains. We don't really know exactly what each rank equates to in terms of increase to the infinite power generation. Somebody will probably work it out. It's not easy to test on the PTR though, because you can't really easily access it too well.
Inquiring minds just got to know. Don't do anything.
Okay. Well, there's a few more things I need to test with a max level character. Going into heroic world tier, doing some world content is probably just laughably simple right now. I also wonder if half the stuff is bugged and not working for me properly because I haven't even done like the very, very basic entry level quests because this is a boost character. It might need me to just like chip away some of the basic shit. There's probably some weird unlock requirements or something that's causing the character to be a bit funky. But I'm going to leave it there for now, boys and girls. Tomorrow, I ding IRL, so I don't know what my stream schedule is going to be tomorrow. I will probably stream and it will probably be an entirely normal day. Unless Mrs. Manthias has any plans that she has not told me about. It will be a normal day in the office. I'll probably be playing this a little bit later as well. And we have a few more days of the PTR to test this. My overall, happy 54th ding day. Shut up. My overall is that it's really nice to see just what the potential in the character sits at with some higher gear. It was nice to see that at this point, once you are quote-unquote fully geared, you're able and capable of soloing dungeons and even chipping away at raid bosses as well. So we're getting on that kind of power curve that we expect to see. But there is still a few glaring issues for me overall that I think they could do with addressing. The jewelry is just really dumb level boring. In essence, meaning that right now I could have an item level 35 ring on that would still give me 3 ranks of this power. Sure, I'd lose 50,000 stamina, but I've got 2.2 million of it. Who cares? Like the jewelry still feels weird. There's no interchangeability of it, and the item level basically doesn't matter. Means if you get your quote-unquote BIS epic ring at level 25, you'll keep that throughout the entire game, which seems odd. Kind of weird. Also, I just miss the gem system for Mop Remix still. It added a layer of customization to it that I think the game is sorely missing. Changing in and out your gems and leveling up your gems to higher and higher tiers in Mop Remix was something to do and something to play with whilst you were on that gear grind. I think when this goes live and everybody is just pushing and pushing and pushing, it's going to feel really grindy when you don't really feel as if you have anything to do on that grind, if you know what I mean. But with some playtesting in the later phase, it seems to at least be more in line with what we'd expect from Remix anyway. But I'm rambling. Thank you for coming along. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. If you're testing Remix, remember to leave your feedback either using the issue report button, or you can post on the forums or whatever, and just pray to RNGesus that they read it. Congratulations on hitting Teenager. Much love. I appreciate it. Yeah, my beard will come in soon. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of the day, boys and girls. I love you and leave you in a bit. Peace.